problems with his freezers at his house, and he had said he didn't know if he was going to come in, but he just called that he's leaving members, so he's going to be a little late, and we have 3 board members, so we have a quorum. And if you please stand for the pledge. Where's the flag over here? I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the state of New Mexico, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of friendships among united cultures. The first thing on the agenda today is to swear in the new board members, and this is Mrs. Murillo and Guadiana, and we got the judge here, so he's ready. Will he come up and do that? I want to welcome everybody to the board meeting and thank you guys for coming. I know the weather's a little bit iffy right now, but we'll survive. So if the judge will come up here and the board members will take their place over here next to him.
I guess. Yeah. Where do you want to do it? Okay. Do it up here?
Okay.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I your names. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of school board member on which I am about to enter to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Did you read on?
Congratulations to the board members, and thank you to our judge. He does this every little while. He's been doing it for quite a while, so thank you very much, Judge. Okay. At this time, we have item number 3 on the agenda. It's approval of the agenda items. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda for today's meeting?
I move.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana.
Second.
Okay, second.
And Mr. Cordova, under superintendent report, we do have an F on there to include a presentation by Snell Middle School on
Okay.
Snell happenings.
So you want to do it under F?
Yes, superintendent report F.
Okay.
Excuse me? Oh,
Under superintendent report,
just gonna add F.
F would be Snell Middle School presentation on Snell happenings.
Okay, anything else on the agenda?
Yeah, regarding the item number 14, to reconvene an open session at the conclusion of the closed session for the statement of affirming that the matters of discussed were in closed meeting were limited to those stated in the motion to close. And then you have, I'm sorry, this is different than the one that was, no, I'm sorry. Then we have, board will take action by roll call vote on matters discussed in closed session, but it doesn't say what matters are going to be addressed.
It said may take action, and the matters to be addressed are number 11. There's 3 items.
We can really only address 8.
No, we're in closed session, we're discussing A, B, and C under item number 11.
And I'm sure that not all those items will come for a vote. We'll
Right.
just vote
And
on the
it
ones
said-
that need a vote.
It said may, correct. Mhm.
So, for clarity's sake, in the future, it would be better if we were to take that and put the ones that we are about to speak, that we will be voting on.
Because technically, there really is no voting on anything today. No. No, Miss Riley will explain that when we go into closed session. There is no voting on anything today.
When we come back to open session, there will be no voting.
No, sir,
No.
not if we follow the correct procurement process. There will be no voting today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you use your mic? Because I know when I was at home watching YouTube,
I'm sorry.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes, so my questions had to do with itemizing things that were going to take place after the closed session, but evidently that's not going to be the case. So
Yeah.
it's just to report that we met the requirements of limiting our discussion to those that are appropriate for closed session.
Anything else on the agenda? There being no other comments or questions, I'll take a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, approval of the December 15th board minutes. Do I hear a motion for,
I motion. Here,
you have a question?
I
Or,
do
or,
have a question.
you-
Is that
okay,
after we
no,
make
yeah,
the motion?
you made the motion, okay. We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Serena and second by Guadiana. Yes,
Okay, so I'm the new board member. I probably will be asking a lot of questions because I'm learning the process. Can I ask a clarifying question from the minutes?
come again.
A clarifying question. So the last board meeting, it was talked about teachers working on completing units outside of class. And I'm just wondering if that time is, if it's outside of contract hours, and if so, are we reimbursing the teachers?
So that's why the minutes go on to say that teachers will be paid $200 per unit?
So that's for their time.
Yes, correct. Mhm.
Okay. I also have one item on the minutes on page 1. It starts down at the bottom. It starts about the presentation that the mayor did from the village of Central. And then it goes on into page 2. And on page 2, right after before the second paragraph, it says motion was made by Mr. Guadiana, seconded by Mr. Cordova. All were in favor. Motion was carried. Mr. Guadiana made the motion, and I did not second it. Mr. Gomez is the one that seconded. And when the votes came up, the votes were everybody in favor except for one that voted against, and that was me. So we need to make those corrections on the minutes. Any other corrections?
I just wanted to have one clarification, and that was in the resignation part on page 3, having to do with Mr. Holguin resigning. There's a part that says, let's see, that this will take place, let's see, the 45 days that we have to take, to make an appointment. If we haven't done it within that time, the state board will select a former board member. Two things. One is there's no state board, but then again, that's what was said. So I'm okay with it being, the minutes being reflecting that, because that is what it was said. I just want to clarify that there is no state board. And second, that the state board will not necessarily appoint a former board member. I really want to encourage as many people that are interested to apply, and hopefully they'll, if it does go to the state, which would be PED, that appointment will be made more universally than restricting itself to a board member. Although I agree with the logic. I do agree with the logic.
Okay, the minutes read that we'll select a former member, but if the state comes in, I'm sure that they're going to have their criteria and how they're going to do it and who's going to be. I don't know that is going to be open to the public to apply or whatever, and we'll have to jump through those hoops if it does incur, when it does incur. But at this point, right now, there's an item on the agenda that says on the selection, and we'll cover that in a little bit.
And as far as the agenda, it does reflect what was said, so yeah. I don't really want to have any changes made to the agenda.
Right.
I mean, not to the agenda, to the minutes.
To the minutes.
But as we go forward, people can better understand that that was a very limited statement that may not be applicable to the degree that it's pronounced.
And I will go back, Mr. Cordova, and listen to the minutes again, because I don't know if we said the state or the state board, and I'm not sure if we did say former. I know the discussion came up that oftentimes it is a former board member, but I'm not sure that it came out exactly like this, so I will go back and review it, or have Irma go back and review it to be sure that we have the correct wording on that sentence.
Okay, so I was going to ask at this point on the statement that I made on the second and the voting on that first part, if we would accept it as corrected now, but if you're going to go back and have them looked at, we'll table them at this time, or
It could go either way. We have two places one place that we definitely need to make a correction, the second place that we need to go back and make sure. So we could either approve them by making these two corrections, or we could table it and bring it back with corrected copy next meeting. Either way would work.
Well, if we approve them the way that they are now, that'll be final. If we table them, they'll make the corrections and bring it back the next time. So at this point, if you'll remove your second and your motion, if you're acceptable to doing that, and you are, we'll take a motion to table the minutes for the next meeting.
I amend the motion to table the minutes till the next meeting.
Okay. And
I rescind
Okay, so then we'll take a motion to table them. You did a motion to table them, and did a second?
I rescinded mine.
Okay, so is there being no further discussion, we'll vote on tabling them.
Was there anything?
All in favor?
Was there anything else in the minutes, or those were the only two items?
The only two.
No? Okay, we'll take a vote to table them. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Okay, the next item is item number C, and it's Finance Holguin.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President, members of the board. So we have two items on the agenda for approval. They're listed as bars, and just for the clarification of new board member, bars means budget adjustment request, okay? So what we're doing with the first, it's that it's in my face. Can you hear me now, Victor? Can we hear? Okay. So the first one is for CARES 1 carryover under Fund 24301. And the amount that is being budgeted is $95,342 under maintenance and repair of buildings, grounds, and equipment. And what that is for duct work to improve the air quality in all the district buildings.
And Mr. Vice President, I do have Jaime Treviso here, if we would like to take a minute for him to explain the work that we're looking at with this. I can call him up. Jaime, please.
What equipment we're purchasing, or and adjustments that were going to be made. And for the total of the bar it includes indirect costs of $3612 for a total of $98,954.
Members of the board, I was asked to come over here and give you guys more or less an in-depth description of what I'm actually going to be putting into the duct systems. This is going to be an in-duct purifier. This purification system releases a concentrated amount of hydrogen peroxide molecules that are charged with a 24-volt source. These molecules are then distributed through the air handler, which then touches every surface of the classroom. Not a square inch will not be covered. And as the air produces, it will kill all viruses and VOCs, bacteria, fungi in its tracks. And it'll essentially make all classrooms safer than being at home with these in-air purification systems. They will be in the duct because, like I said, right now we're having some problems with the purifiers right now. The kids in elementaries, they knock them over, they might get something on them and things like that. So these are going to be something that it's just going to be better in the long run for us.
Good to see you. And I know we talked about this being done some time ago. The question relates to the big areas like the gym, the auxiliary gyms, the shower rooms, the hallways.
Mm-hmm.
Are the airflow from as they go through the filters going into these areas, and is it sufficient?
Yes, sir. It actually is very sufficient, and the good thing is that as it recognizes the source of airflow, the actual purifiers, as it recognizes the source, it will adjust the CFMs on its own to the amount of CFMs that it is pushing out. So let's say that a motor is calling at a high speed for a high volume of a room, then it definitely will push all the CFMs that it has into that room.
So in the case of the gym,
Okay.
there are some like heaters that don't work off the ductwork system, or is everything on the ductwork system?
No, the heaters I do believe are the older style heaters to where they do not. But what me and George were already coordinating is that even just putting maybe like a 12 by 12 frame in front of it, I can install that installer, the purifier in there, and it'll work just the same as just putting it inside of the duct system.
And having the doors open, does that interfere with the operation of that system?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
All the purification system will do is coordinate and cooperate with my actual HVAC systems. As soon as the air is traveled through, it will then turn itself on, and as soon as air isn't being traveled, it'll turn itself off. Which will mean less filters. Instead of replacing every quarter, I'll only have to replace them every 6 to a year, every 6 months to a year, which would be nice.
I remember that discussion,
Yes,
and
so
when we
I
looked at
honestly think
the
that-
portable ones.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
We
sir.
really didn't save anything by going that route, other than immediately doing it, but I don't know if it would have been.
And this cut, and with making this move, we can cut costs by less than half on filters, on everything else that I've been spending money on just to keep at least the requirements for the EPA, the OSHA, and things like that in kind of at least in a good sequence. We can cut costs a lot doing this.
And the other filters, what's the intent to do with that?
And by other filters, you mean for the
The portable
purifiers
ones,
that we have
the
now?
portable ones.
So the actual plan is just honestly to phase them out little by little, just because right now in each purifier that we have, it's a 4-stage filtration system, and it's probably more of a hassle to replace than it is to than actually get them up and going. So as of right now, I think that's why I would be leaning more towards getting the induct purification system, just because, like I said, it's just more of a hassle than to actually. And then with this new purification system, there's a no maintenance fee for 5 years. I put them in it for 5 years. I don't touch them. It is a self-cleaning system, so inside of the duct, it will be cleaning itself from dust, dirt, dander, pollen, anything that touches it. So for 5 years, in the long run, it's going to cut costs by less than half on everything.
Will it require like refilling the hydrogen peroxide? That would evaporate relatively quickly.
No,
I
see,
think.
so in those, it honestly just lets off molecules that are charged. So as the 24-volt current runs through the actual system, then the molecules are then told to being turned on and to travel through. So there honestly would be, as soon as I put them in, that's pretty much the end of the story for 5 years. No maintenance, there's no cleaning, there's no nothing. And it cleans the ductwork as well as they're working. It doesn't just clean the air that we breathe in, but it does clean the ductwork as well.
Last question I have is, how is it going to be phased in, and about how long is it going to take?
If I can have, I would say a full month and maybe more than a couple of hands on deck. And this is just to ensure that I can drill the holes and make sure that I can get everything pretty much perfect the way that I need it, and not do more or less just a half job. I can get everything done within a month. And I do have a vendor right now that is ready to order whatever quantity that I'm ready to order.
So then by mid-February, everything should be online?
I would probably say by March, and that just gives me some time, because with the amount that I am ordering, it's going to take a little while for them to get everything together. So I'd probably just say March or April. I can definitely have all the schools done in all the district, while within the district, I could have everything done.
And the other portable ones will be then used until those systems are in place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate what you do. You've been awesome in all the tasks that I've been familiar with. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I had a question.
Well, she has a question. Serena?
And you kind of answered it, but I had a question about the reoccurring maintenance that's going to be needed for it.
Okay.
So you said the first 5 years, there will be no fees for maintenance?
No,
or
not at
nothing we
all.
have to do?
Not at all.
After the 5 years, will the cost still be half of what we're doing now?
No, so after the 5 years, we are going to have to purchase the same unit that we are purchasing now. But that'll be after, like I said, after every 5 years. And it is just as simple as a 2-minute swap out. It comes with notches. All you do is twist it out, pull it on, you slap the new one on, and throw it in. So it's honestly, like right now, I get up and I change the filters every quarter. Every quarter is when I change filters inside of the. But now with COVID and things like that, it just makes the requirements a lot harder for me, just because I have to find a certain thickness of filter and a MERV level. But with these, we wouldn't have to worry about. I would say pretty much anything after that. It would just be pretty much just that air filtration system, and then we're good for 5 years. And then, like I said, in 5 years, yes, we would have to purchase it again at full price, but then it would just be a 5-year cost. Instead of a quarterly cost of my purification system filters, plus the filters that go inside of the unit, and then just cost of keeping the maintenance on them. I mean, the dust off the motors and things like that. So I think it'll be better in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you much. So So do you,
So at this time, I do recommend that we accept the bar as presented by Ms. Hogan.
you've heard the recommendation on the bar for A. Do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Sepulveda. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Serena.
Okay. I was just wondering what the indirect cost is. I was looking on another form. There was a website to get a percentage, but could you just clarify for me what that is?
Absolutely. So with federal funds, they allow, and the state assigns each year an indirect cost rate. And what that is we expense it out of the grant back into our operational fund to make sure that whatever indirect costs to the grants are able to be covered.
What is the
So 3.65%.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one. Since this is going to be a recurring cost, and this is a one-time grant, well, at least the grant for this time, we're not sure that it's going to be around in 5 years.
Right.
Can you make sure you note where it is we're going to build into the budget that we
Right.
expect this cost?
And I was going to reiterate with Jaime, so we're working on the facilities master plan, and when he said about the 5 years, we need to make sure that the folks that came in and checked all our buildings and everything, that they're aware that this filtration will come up at 5 years, and that we can build it into the facilities master plan and make sure that funds are allocated probably from Senate Bill 9.
I think
Because that's maintenance and repair of buildings.
the plan, the PM plan that we have, the preventative maintenance plan that's Mr. Peru presented to us, would be a good place to put it as well, because the master plan will be used mainly for thoughts of construction and expansion, but
Right.
certainly the routine maintenance should be under that PM plan.
Right, and we'll, when we meet with Mr. Peru weekly, we'll make sure that this is something that is considered in the planning phases.
Okay. Thank you.
There being no other questions or comments, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we'll go on to the next item, which is B, and our president has joined us, and I'll turn over the table to him. Hang on. Go ahead. With your next one.
So the next budget adjustment would be, it's called the Homeless Emergency Rescue Fund. And Mr. Tony Sosa applied for this grant earlier on, and it's Fund 24355. It's allocated as such, Homeless Emergency Rescue Fund, under the 2100 function for support for students is under other charges is 3183, and under general supplies and materials is 3,000. What would be considered under other charges, and Mr. Sosa was gonna be present, but he went home sick, so he let us know. What we put under other charges are things like bus tickets with Correcaminos to make sure that people are able to get transportation to school if that's the case, or if they're from a medical appointment, any of a number of things where they would lack transportation. The other thing under other charges that's allowable is if a family is in arrears on their electric or heating bill, that they can request funding from this grant to help set up a plan for to get those arrears paid, so that to avoid shut off for the families. And as Mr. Sosa explained, before is homeless doesn't just mean homeless on the street. It means that if a family has multiple families living in one household, that the kids don't have their own bed, like if they're sleeping on the couch, that kind of thing, they're still considered under they can be still considered under the homeless program. So the other charges, just because we're not sure what they would be, and what we've done with this is we've gone ahead and issued Mr. Sosa and Mr. For Sai. I just know him as Sai. We've issued them district credit cards so that in case they come up with an emergency, all they have to do is make sure that there's a requisition in place for the Bank of America card, and they would be able to incur that charge on a moment's notice, because these things are not something that we can wait on purchase orders. So the total amount is 6417, which includes the indirect cost percentage of 3.65 for $234.
I have a question, Terry. Would this also include, say for example, some kids move in with their parents because they can't afford the house they lived in or something like that? Would that include some of those in there too?
Yes, it's considered for multiple
Yes, because now
families
they're
in one
doubled up.
household.
Now they don't have their own home, they're doubled up with another family
So they're
member.
considered double ups. So, and what I understand from Mr. Sosa, if a child moves in with their grandparents and they don't have like enough bedrooms, and the child is not actually in a bedroom, they can be considered under the grant as well. So, like if they're sleeping on the couch or something like that. Right, Joyce?
How are the families being made aware of these funds being available to them?
I think Ms. Varela can.
It's mostly through the principals and we have 2 attendance initiative success coaches, Tony, and then we did bring on another one this year, Sai, and I'm sorry, Sai, I continually forget your last name. But they're the ones that are making constant contacts with the parents, and that's why they were issued the credit card. Just recently, we had a family that was getting their gas or their electricity turned off,
cut off.
and so they were able to support them with other funds to be able to help the family to get caught up so that they wouldn't shut it off. So it's mostly through them. They do a lot of home visits, a lot of contacts with families.
I kind of want to follow up with that question. I like what you've said and the way that's structured. That makes a whole lot of sense. But I'm afraid that there might be some people that fall through the crack that don't have that awareness, and they're able to meet things marginally, maybe by borrowing money, by doing different things like that, and may not be the social workers or staff may not be aware of that. And is there anything that's being done to communicate to somebody else that may not be in that loop?
Well, with us living in a smaller community, there is, a lot of awareness. It could come from the nurses, who also make a lot of contacts with the parents. The secretaries of the school oftentimes are the first contact with the parents. So it can come from social workers, counselors, any teachers. A lot of our teachers have that direct contact. So when teachers notify their principals, and the principals contact Tony or Sai for those visits.
So, and teachers are being made aware that this exists?
I did email principals to let them know that, and included social workers and Tony and Sai as well. And Tony and Sai, when they go to schools, they do make sure that everybody is aware as well.
Okay, thank you.
So I recommend approval of the bar as presented by Terry.
You heard the recommendation. Do you hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova. Second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin.
Thank you, Terry.
Next item is use of facilities for Cobre Cafeteria by the Cobre High School baseball team. They will be having a smothered burrito sale on February 28th. The form does have all required signatures, including Ms. Alma from the cafeteria, and so she has assigned someone to help support the team for the burrito sale, so I recommend approval of the use of facilities.
You heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
It's not an action item.
Okay, I'm sorry, I covered it with my check mark here. Can you bring it back to us, Terry? Thank you. Moves us to item 4, unfinished business.
So under unfinished business, board member appointment, we did put out an ad in the newspaper for school board vacancy. It is in the help wanted ads, as well as did come out in the front page of the newspaper as well this week. I did resend it to the newspaper today with a revision. So on the last paragraph, where it says the school board will review letters in executive session, it now says the school board will review letters at their regular board meeting scheduled for January 24th. This is an open meeting agenda item, not an executive session item.
Yes, and they have till February,
January 24th.
January 24th at noon, right?
Yes, correct, at 12 o'clock noon.
To submit letter of interest. Okay.
Mr. President, I had a little comment on this particular item, and what I need to say is actually something that is coming from me as one board member and asking the rest of the board, see how you guys feel. I feel that the thing that is missing on this particular item is I feel that we need to do interviews. The people that put in need to come before us and give us a 5-minute talk or a 6-minute talk or whatever, bearing in mind that each board member will have a question, and we'll have to ask, if there's 5 people, we have to ask them all the same question. If there's 2 people, we have to ask the same question of all of them. And this wouldn't be done before not necessarily before the board meeting, because it might, I'm saying 5 minutes to 7 minutes maybe per interview. And I know that in my experience that I've had before, when we went to hire people, sometimes you look at a resume or you look at a letter, and I mean, you look at that and, oh man, this is a person that I need. And when you interview that person, it is not the person that you need. And by the same token, you get somebody that has a little bit of trouble in what they want to say or whatever, but when they're speaking to you, they come out and they say it. And that's my feeling. Like I said, I'm not saying that we need to do that. I'm just asking the rest of the board members see how they feel. And I'm pleading it to you, board, Mr. President, consider it, and if, either way, no matter which way, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know that in the past, when we had, as far as I can remember, we had one appointee, and we did interview the people that put in at that time. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels, that if we need to interview or not interview, but we have interviewed the past, when we've had, that I can remember, we've had one vacancy at one time.
Like I said, whatever happens, no problem.
Okay, so I think that's a great idea to interview them and speak to them before we make a decision, because it's a huge decision to be made. I do want to ask if we could have this advertisement put on our social media websites and on our Cobre website. Okay, because I checked yesterday and it wasn't there yet, so maybe it was today. Our social media.
school board candidate? I thought we had put it on social media. You haven't? Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes, if we could put it on there. And also, are we going to be able to get the letters as they come in so we won't have to review them all that day? Or we're just going to have a cold look at the meeting?
What we can do at that meeting is just come in maybe 30 minutes or an hour before, and then we'll do the interviews at the board meeting.
Okay, so there's no way as the letters of interest come in and resumes come in, there's no way that we can get them as they trickle in?
No, I don't think so, because that way we can do them all together and look at them before, and then we'll do that real short, like Mr. Cordova said, 5 minutes, or just a few minute interview asking the same questions, and we can come up at that time when we're doing that, we can come up with a question so that we ask each one the same questions.
Couple of things. One is, it's unfortunate this is being discussed in unfinished business, and we're looking at actually developing a process. And that's point number one. Point number two is I absolutely agree with having the interviews and having board members come up with their questions. I think that's an excellent idea. I disagree with not having access to them prior to us getting together and meeting before the meeting, which would be an unlawful meeting if we're meeting by ourselves. It's not a closed session item. Also the opportunity to look at the submissions for consideration gives us a good basis to build our questions, rather than being spontaneous and maybe not being as thorough in contemplating what it is we should ask. And I don't see any prohibition for us receiving these prior to us considering them.
Point of order. As far as you said, it would be an illegal meeting. It would be called as a board work session, and as far as I know, our board work session is open to the public.
Yes.
If they want to come in and listen to it, not to participate, but to listen to what is being said, that could be done. And like Mr. Sepulveda says, I mean, if our superintendent here says we got 20 letters, we would probably need to meet for a little longer period of time. But if she comes over and she says we got 5 letters, I mean, 15 minutes before the meeting or 20 minutes before we start interviewing, that would actually be plenty of time.
Addressing your first point, if it's a work session, that's fine. That's absolutely a legal meeting. But the other part is not getting them when they trickle in. It's not prohibited, and it'd give us better time for us to be able to formulate our questions and kind of get a better sense of the applicants. If we do have 20 and we have 15 minutes to look at them, that's going to be not enough time.
I'm not saying it's a prohibited matter. What I'm going to tell you now is, if we start looking at them a week before, or as they start trickling in, it can be kind of dangerous if some of us want to call, oh, I know Manuel over here. Hey, Manuel, look, this and that, and we start doing that, and not all of the candidates get called. Then they can come back and say, hey, they had an advantage. They got called and they got told what the questions were going to be, or something like that. This other way, they're open when we meet, and they're right there. But like I said, whatever you guys say.
Yeah.
And it's not a thing that we can go into executive session for. It's open to the public.
And on the final note on that is that we're going to get calls by people, and we're going to make calls as well, asking people to apply. I've already done that. And
That's your prerogative.
yeah, and so the detriment of conversation before I think is negligible in terms of it's not going to make a consensus. Certainly, if we're getting together and saying, hey, let's pick this person, that would be something that would be illegal. But when we are talking to somebody one-on-one and it's helping us make up our own mind, that's within the parameters of what we should be able to do.
You got to be careful with a rolling quorum right there. You just-
Absolutely. I said, I don't think the discussions between board members is a wise idea, especially if it goes to 3. That would be the rolling quorum, and I absolutely agree and have always abided by that.
Okay, but right now, it's until the 24th at noon that they can put in their letters of interest or resumes or however they want to do it, and then on the 24th we'll decide how we can get together before, if we're going to select that day, or are we going to go to another day to interview them, or what are we going to do at that point?
This is being taken as an action item. A decision is being made that that applications will not be distributed to the board members prior to that date. In that, there needs to be a vote, and
Well, right now it's not an action item, so it's just out there for information that they have until the 24th to put their resumes in, and then maybe the meeting of the 24th, then we can make it an action item and decide what we're going to do then.
Okay, then there won't be any, okay. That's going to be delaying. When is the time frame for this? He resigned, Mr. Holguin resigned on December 15th?
But his position would not have taken place until January 1st.
So if we do this, then it'll be 31 days
So
in January,
If we
and
start
then
January 1, 45 days should be February 14th.
February 14th, and so the 25th, we can make the decision as to how it is we're going to handle the process, and then have the meeting prior to the 14th, and then make
So-
the selection?
Can I make another suggestion? The other thing we could do is we could have a special board meeting prior to the 24th and come up with the process that we're going to use so that the 24th we're ready to put something different on the agenda to make it more of an action item. I don't know, it's just
I like that
something
idea.
else that we could do.
I like that idea. I think the quicker we move on it, the better.
Yeah, but we do have to give them till the 24th at noon.
But if we have a special board meeting, it would just be to discuss the process and what it's going to look like on the 24th.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
If that's what we want to do we want to look at it? Well, can we do that? Or just, can we fix the date? Monday, 24th is in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, that's when we have the next board meeting.
Can we make a decision? If it's not
And they have till the 24th to apply.
Special
Yeah.
board meeting on the 17th at 5 o'clock?
I like the idea of staying on a Monday and staying at the same time for the consistency.
Yeah, the only thing is that I've got to go to the eye doctor tomorrow. They're going to do some stuff to me, but I don't know when. I'll let Joyce know, and then she can send it out to everybody, because there's just certain days that my understanding it's going to be some kind of surgery, but he only does it on certain days. So I'll find out tomorrow, and then let you know if we have to or what day we can meet.
Okay, because if it's going to be Monday, we'd have to get that legal notice out because there's no newspaper on Thursday, correct? So we'd want to put it out on Wednesday?
I'll let you know Wednesday morning.
Oh, that's a holiday. Our staff is These guys won't be here.
What, when's the holiday?
The 17th, next Monday.
Yeah. Well, let me find out tomorrow what they're going to do, and then I'll call you as soon as I get back. I should be back tomorrow evening sometime. I don't know what time, but
So I would ask Mr. Cordova, Ms. Murillo, Mr. Guadiana, if there's a day next week that does not work for you, if you would let us know, and then that way we can work around that and Mr. Sepulveda's appointments, okay?
Wednesdays never work for me.
okay. All right.
And I'm not sure of my son's basketball schedule. That would be about the only thing that would get in the way, but,
Tuesdays and Thursdays?
yeah, I think so. So,
Okay.
So, I mean, we could, if we did the 17th, we just wouldn't have it broadcast. We could still have an open meeting, but we wouldn't be able to have it broadcast because you guys would be working.
But it wouldn't be a regular meeting, it would just be a special meeting. Special board meeting. You don't need to broadcast a special board meeting for that one item anyway.
I'm not opposed to not broadcasting it if it's,
I had to come in,
but,
let come in, I'm okay with that.
Okay. And but you've got to be in Albuquerque for the capital outlay, right?
The following week.
The following, okay. Okay, well, I'll let Joyce know tomorrow evening when I get back, or what's tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday morning.
And Mr. Guadiana, if you would look at your son's schedule and let me know.
sure. And
Oh, you have it? Okay, so what day is there?
okay. And in all honesty, I can miss if I need to miss, so it's, I prefer not to, but
That's up to your son, so,
To discuss the process, it shouldn't take very long.
so no game on the 18th and no game on the 20th? The 18th? Okay. Okay. 18th. So maybe we can look at the 18th?
Yeah, 18.
Okay,
it will be done as an action item?
Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Defining the process.
It would have to be, because y'all would have to make a decision as to
Then-
what it's gonna look like.
Is there any way that we can have somebody come in and do the recording of it and then put that up?
If it's on Monday,
But Tuesday,
not broadcast, but if
Okay,
we do
then
it
maybe Tuesday would be
Tuesday-
the better day.
Mhm.
Tuesday might be the better day then.
okay.
So I would just need some help with how to word the agenda.
I'll send you some suggestions later on.
Okay. Ready? Then that moves us to public input. At this time, we'll entertain anything from the public in reference to our agenda.
George Esqueda had his hand up a little while ago. Yep, but now? Okay.
Anybody?
Go ahead, sir.
George, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had myself muted. So again, Mr. Board President, members of the Cobre Board, I did have some questions in regards to the discussion that was just had in regards to the appointment of a new board member. But seeing that you're going to have a special board meeting, I'll go ahead and reserve my questions for that date. So I'll just go ahead and hold off until that time. So, but again, I do appreciate Mr. Arambula acknowledging the fact that I did have a question, but again, I'll reserve my questions till next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Victor, or anybody out there in the audience? Because I can't see out there. Don't see nobody? Okay.
No, sir, not at the moment. And I didn't want to interrupt you guys because you guys were going back and forth when he raised his hand, so
Okay. Moves us to administration.
So under administration, we do have Mr. Sepulveda, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Guadiana, and Ms. Murillo, who attended the December New Mexico School Board Association training. So at this time, if each of you could give a little report about the trainings that you attended.
Okay. So who wants to go first? Go ahead. Ms. Murillo.
Okay, so I went to, for the breakout sessions, I went to a few different ones, managing COVID leaves, and I went to one on the social studies, the new curriculum. I don't have the PowerPoint for that one. But the one I want to talk about is the transitioning districts breakout session that I attended, and it was about Title IX and how schools need to make sure that we are creating safe environments for our students who identify as LGBTQ, making sure that we have in each school at least one gender neutral bathroom, and that the staff receive training on transgender issues. And let's see. And I wanted to know who our Title IX director, because this all falls under Title IX, who our Title IX director is. And if I could get a copy of our district's Title IX policy. But I really enjoyed this training, and it's just about creating a safe space, which our teachers do a wonderful job of accepting students and making sure we're using their correct pronouns and respecting our students.
Okay.
Then-
So we don't have a Title IX coordinator in our district. Okay. Okay, and could I make another comment? Because I watch a lot from home, watching on YouTube, but when there's comments from the audience, you can't hear them. And so I don't know if we can get a mic out when they speak or something to accommodate those who are watching from home.
Should we have them restate their? You guys want to restate what you said then?
Members of the board, thank you. Pat Avalos, of course, I was the ex-athletic director, and part of the athletic director responsibilities is to make sure that every year, come August, every district in the state of New Mexico has to submit a report that shows that we are within compliance of a number of factors, all the way from facilities to booster club fundraising, to equipment, even as much as equitable amount of coaches per the different sports. That way we're equitable across the board here. There's always been a discussion on the athletic director's role as far as activities and athletic programs, and then the district should have someone that is overseeing that. The athletic director cannot be solely overseeing himself to make sure that Title IX responsibilities are being followed. He takes care of one entity, or she takes care of one entity. The oversight person would make sure that athletic programs and activity programs are being followed and everything is being complied with based on federal requirements. And I think at one point, Ms. Davis had a little responsibility of that, but that was a few years ago, and I don't think we ever reappointed after that.
Well, it was probably Dr. Carrillo after Ms. Davis.
Hello, members of the board and Ms. Interim Superintendent. My name is Diana Davis, and at one point when Mr. Avalos was still the Director of Athletics, I was assigned the other piece of it, but it was short-lived for that year, and then I don't think it was ever reassigned to anybody else, and I believe that Dr. Carrillo probably just took it over because it was a huge piece and just took something off my plate, and that was one of the pieces that I think he continued to do. And so at this point, I'm not sure if that fell on our, because I know Mrs. Varela is now our interim superintendent, but she also oversees curriculum and instruction, so I don't know if that would be something or something that she would have to reassign. But it was a long time ago that took place, so I don't know where it fell after that.
Okay, next.
I'll go next online because I did attend as well. So one of the breakouts that I attended was on the New Mexico School Board Policy Service update. I know that we've had some conversations about this for at least, a year at least. And speaking with Mr. Kennedy, who was the presenter, our district is in the queue for looking at the policy services. I know that Ms. Davis did meet with our board members a year ago, I believe. And so we really need to move forward on that. I know that our policies are really old and need a lot of updates. And so I went to that session hoping that we could maybe make sure that we are in the queue so that we can get that moving forward so we can move with updating our policies.
Thank you. Well, I'll go next. I went to a couple of things. Of course, we've going to the board of directors the day before brings us kind of into a highlight of what a lot of the breakout sessions are, and at the same time they kind of go a little bit an overview of what the new laws and stuff are that we'll be looking at coming down the pipe. I went again to the policy service with Mr. Kennedy. We have been working with him for a while. The man that we were working with has passed away, so that kind of put a delay on some of the stuff that we trying to do. And Mr. Kennedy said that here pretty soon he'll be contacting us and trying to get going with the policy service. One of the things is that he did say, and I haven't talked to Ms. Davis yet, or maybe she already knows that he's looking at trying to get away from the way they identify policies, like the NC, all those letters going back to the 100s or something, the 200s or something else, and like that. He's looking at trying to get them into that order. But that's going to, again, take some time. And then I went into the one that managing COVID, and that one is just a lot of, they say something today and then tomorrow they change it. So that's kind of where we are with that one on COVID. Next.
Good evening. I kind of made my report a little bit different, and if you'll bear with me, I've got about a 15-page book here that I'll share with you people. They didn't come out and say how the report should be, but anyway, I left Bayard on Wednesday, the 1st of December, to Albuquerque. When we go on these trainings, myself and Mr. Sepulveda are paid by the New Mexico School Board Association. They pay us mileage for one way, and they pay our food for 1 day, because we're on the board of directors. So Mr. Guillen pays us the one day, so it does not come back on our local board. The only thing that comes back on our local board, like for example on this meeting or this training that we had, I think we had every meal except for 2 meals paid for. And so we went on our own for 2 meals, and then the mileage back to the local board. That's what we pay. So we left on Wednesday, and on Thursday at 9:30 in the morning, 9:30 to 12 o'clock, I attended the advanced board member training, which Dr. Prather was the main person to get this going. Him and I think her name was Ms. Viramontes, and they were the ones, along with school board members that volunteered from other areas. There were some from Farmington, there were some from Albuquerque, them and superintendents. So we attended that from 9:30 to 12. There was a lot of open discussion there, a lot of problems. They kind of started telling, even though it was for older board members, they kind of started telling you how you needed to, what your ethics were, what you were on the board for, and they were kind of started step by step there. It's to be continued now that we go to Santa Fe. Okay, and then we attended, they hosted a luncheon from 12 to 1, and we attended that. And then from 3 to 5:30 that day, we went to the board of directors meeting, and there is like 25 or 30 board of directors from throughout the state. And in that meeting, we discussed a lot of finances, a lot of talk about scholarships. You know, the scholarship program is the state is divided into 8 regions. We're the 8th region, but each region gives out 3 scholarships of $1,000 each. So that's a total of like 24 scholarships that they give, and they were talking about trying to improve it a little bit more, and there was a little bit of argument there, but there's a lot of talk about the scholarships. There was some discussion into the fact that, and I know us for one, last year we were eligible. In other words, the people that get the scholarship this year are not eligible the following year. So we were eligible for a scholarship from Cobre. And whatever happened, not to blame anybody or not to throw anybody under the bus, Cobre did not submit an applicant for a scholarship. And I think that's wrong, because we're trying to help our kids. So the deadline was a certain day, and Mr. Jogian called me. I'm the president of the region, called me and he said, Cobre did not submit. I'm giving you 2 days to send me an application. And we went and searched high and low, and we got a student, and it was given to them that way. So for this next year, Cobre is not going to be eligible. Cobre and Lordsburg. Now the other people are. So that was a big discussion there. Okay, on Friday morning, the first thing that happened is, of course, after breakfast, the general session, and we heard, we heard Education, Kurt, Secretary of Education talk, and he was pretty promising. We heard Mr. Bill Souls talk, and we heard the Honorable Patricio Serna swore the board members in, and he's an old timer from Reserve. And then we had a global speaker, was very, very good. And then the land grant, Stephanie Garcia. We had another luncheon, and after the luncheon we had the delegate assembly for all delegates. It was very poorly attended, but all delegates were there. that attended, and that was from 1 to 4:30. And then on Saturday morning, the workshops started, and I attended. The first one that I attended from 8:30 to 9:30 was managing the superintendent evaluation and contracts, which was given by Mr. Andy Sanchez. The second one that I went to was redistricting, which was given by Gino. And the last one was the organization of the board members and problems and stuff that they're having by Mrs. Helms. And we were dismissed at noon, and that's what it was. I've also, in this stuff that I've got a booklet here that was handed out to the board of directors, and I have an extra copy in case somebody wants to see what we discuss, wants to see a budget from them. All you need to do is let me know. And I also got a booklet for the annual convention, and all the breakout sessions and all the explanation of all of them are in here. And I've got an extra copy if somebody wants to see it. I can take it to the secretary at Cobre, and you guys can see it, and then see what you give me some comments. Also, what I wanted to say is your question that you were asking about on Title IX and the comments that Mr. Avalos said. I sit on the New Mexico Activities Association board, and we have a quarterly meeting, and these are the type of things that come out, and we talk about Title IX, we talk about any problems, we talk about some people are having problem with the fans. They come out in the floor. We discuss all of this stuff and try to get back to the board of directors and athletic directors and the superintendents to try to capture some of these before they go into fines. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring up the rear end. I'm glad to see this taking place. I've asked for this before, and I'm glad to see that it's finally come to the board meeting. It is a matter of policy that when board members attend conferences, that they come back and report what it is that they learned and how it can be used in our day-to-day operation. And to that, there's some, I appreciate Ms. Murillo being here for the first time and bringing up a topic that is certainly one that needs to be addressed and hasn't been addressed. One, knowing that we don't have somebody that's really overseeing that. Number two, we spent $7 million without coming up with something that really reflected anything that Title IX should represent in terms of equity of gender equity in facilities. Nor did it have anything to do with the restrooms. And we're currently talking about the gym that's coming up, and I brought it up at the last board meeting for the first time because I really wasn't aware of it either. And so I'm in this part where we're saying we didn't do certain things, certainly. But there hasn't been any discussions about alternative restrooms. And this is a project that we're planning at this point in time, and there really should be. The issue goes much farther than facilities. It really goes into classroom, it really goes into curriculum. And what was ironic is that there was a comment made by somebody there that I know is absolutely true here in Cobre. And the students know more about this than we do. And the students are aware of this more than we are. And the students are more acceptable to all of this than most people are. And so that was really mind-boggling. I mean, it was eye-opening to me. And it is something that we need to take out into the forefront instead of keeping it in the corner that we've been doing for all this time. And another session that I attended that was very important for things that we can do here, and that was the advanced member training. And they talked about a strategic plan that is well-versed in charting a direction, well-supported within the district. And we have meetings like our meeting today, which is really anecdotal. In that, I mean that it isn't really pushing us in a certain direction. We have certain objectives that we have here that we're trying to fill out. But our board agenda should be tied to a strategic plan to show that we are getting in the direction. And certainly that strategic plan should have academic expectations, retention expectations, career growth expectations. These kind of things would be a joy to see at the board meeting. Discussions about curriculum, discussions that what it is we're learning about, what it is our children are learning about, and where that will put them in the future. The format in which it is being done. Certainly COVID is something that is new and is not reflected anywhere in many strategic plans, and it should be up at the forefront of ours. So the neat thing about these sessions is you get so excited, and I'm hoping that for the first time that energy goes beyond this meeting, because it hasn't before. And so I hope we go along those directions. And another, actually a dialogue that I had with the land commissioner was very exciting. She just said that the state and the feds are throwing money at schools. Ask for more money was the topic that she really wanted to come out with. And we have an opportunity to solicit money so that we can build on curriculums that will reflect the green energy and the carbon footprint impact in the future. And that should be a core part of our curriculum now, especially in the high school, but certainly branching down into middle school and even down into elementary schools in terms of conservation and being aware of our impact. I also went to a meeting kind of giving me more of an outline on how to become a master board member, and that shouldn't be that difficult in terms of, I think I should finish that before the end of this school year, for where we can start doing our own trainings. One of the other things that was discussed in the advanced board member training was the budget. Passing the budgets the way that we have passed them in the recent days, the discussions that we have in terms of salaries, these things should be so transparent, and they're not. We don't have, I tried to build a model so that we could look at each individual school and build our budget based on the performance of those schools, the turnover on those schools, the lack of those schools, the safety of those in those schools, of our students. That's not what gets presented to the board, and that's certainly not what gets presented to the public. We need to do that. We really need to do that, first and foremost, as board members. Managing COVID. Before, we were starting to have regular agenda items on COVID. Now we have the data in terms of what's there, but we're still not talking about, I received a complaint earlier, and it had to do with rooms not being cleaned, sprayings not being done. There's employees that have students, employees that have children that have COVID, but still are expected to come to work. There's a number of different things, and I can get you more detail that would be appropriate more in a one-to-one conversation than on the long haul. But another example is the recent complaint that came forward with the dietary concerns about equipment and staffing and the way they're being spread thin. And one of the complaints did come from a teacher that says she's ready to go. She's ready to go. We talked about the retention and actually the number of people that left, and it was 20%. It was 40-some people that had left. We said it was over a period of 2 years, I have the document that was reported, and it had 40-some people that had left. And the dates were within 2 years, but every school year is broken up in 2 years, and these were within the last school year. We talked about having a survey of people that leave to kind of get a sense of what we can do to prevent any loss of people what's preventable is what we can do. These are the kind of things the board meetings should reflect. I appreciate the fact that we're looking at some of the good stuff, and there are some good things going on. I go through Hurley Elementary School and I see the grounds looking 1,000% better. There's a playground, there's a baseball field there that can actually roll a ball, which is really cool. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there's an opportunity to tout our advancements, but those are shallow words if we're not looking at the things we still need to do and being open and transparent about them. That way people know, and I think that's a critical part of retention, is to say what it is that we need to improve on and address them here. So I was very pleased with the courses that were done there, but it fell so short. In matter of fact, it was almost vile to see the president of the School Board Association, I forget her name, but stand up and say to the crowd as we were gathered there that we follow COVID rules. We put on our mask, we social distance, and one half of the people there never wore their mask. I asked her about what's going on. She says, well, you tell them. Those meetings should be held with the option of being remote or being in person, or the rules should be followed. But the fact that the leadership of that organization took that stance and was so lax in trying to enforce it was eye-opening. And I hope that gets communicated back. I did communicate it personally, but it's hard for that to be the model that's being set forward within the state. But I do intend to have to go towards a master board member credential so that we can do teaching here within ourselves on what it is we do for budget, what it is we do for curriculum. These are areas for which they're not being presented at these meetings. So I think I benefited very well by going to that. I think all of us did, and I look forward to getting that certification.
Okay, thank you. This moves us on to finance, which there's not any report, Terry, right?
We have public input on, oh no, that was on YouTube. Never mind.
Okay, we move on to superintendent report.
Okay, under superintendent report, we have some fundraiser forms. One is by the baseball to sell tickets for parking spaces at all home games at the Howie Morales Field. And the purpose is to support baseball activities. We have the smothered burrito sale by the baseball team. And again, that's to support baseball activities. We have the girls basketball selling athletic gear, t-shirts for, no wait, hold on. We have the girls basketball team selling t-shirts to the community. Purpose is to support athletic gear for the girls basketball team. And we also have a fundraising form from the Key Club at Cobre High School to sell tickets for Navajo tacos, and the purpose is to attend leadership camp. We also have reimbursement from December. So I have forms here that before board members leave, I need you to sign these. These are for your reimbursement from the December trip. I do need to remind all board members that in order for you to be reimbursed for meals, you have to have itemized receipts. If it's just the credit card statements, we are not able to pay out those receipts. And then in the future, as we have board trips, with your packet, you were given this form on your packet. This form has to come back with the bottom portion filled out and signed by the person that's doing the traveling. So Antonio has taken the time to do those for you. So even though this is the projected amount that you're going to get, that's not necessarily the exact amount that you're going to get. So on this second page on the bottom, it has the exact amount that you'll be getting. If you're not getting full reimbursement for the receipts, it'll tell you here, and the reason would be because they're not itemized. And the other reason would be that there's a maximum allowed of $30 for a 24-hour period. So if you exceed that $30 in itemized receipts, you won't get the full reimbursement because we're only allowed at $30 per day, and that's per state, what they're allowing for reimbursement on that. So please, before you leave, make sure that we get those forms signed, and then you should be able to have your checks by the end of the week. Antonio, I'm not sure if you're on, if there's anything you want to add to that? No, he's not on? Okay. All right. So then there is another board training, a board institute, February 3rd to 5th. So I need to know who's looking at attending so that we can get rooms reserved and work on getting a purchase order for registration. And this one is in Santa Fe. The agenda for that training is in your packet. That's a preliminary agenda. So, Mr. Cordova, are you looking at attending?
Yes, I'm looking at attending, but my question is, will you let us know if we're going to get the El Dorado hotel, because we received an email from Joe Guillen about 2 weeks ago that the registrations were open at that time, and I know that El Dorado gets filled up real quick. The other thing that I would say on my behalf is on Thursday morning, they have a visit with the legislators at the state capitol. That might not be available due to COVID.
Right.
So I would say, for me, get a room, and I'll do the registration on when I get there.
Okay, so you're looking at leaving on Wednesday and coming back on Saturday?
Yeah, well, yeah, that would be the thing. We have to be there at 7 to 8:30 in the morning on Thursday morning, so it'd be Wednesday.
Okay.
So it'd be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
And I know that the registration fee is so much in advance, and then it goes up if you register on hand. I will take care of the difference, being that I'm requesting that. In other words, say that the registration early is $100, and say that the registration when you get there is $125 or $130. I'll take care of the $30 or whatever above and beyond, whatever it's going to be. Okay?
Okay. Ms. Murillo?
So yes, I do plan on attending, and I do agree with Mr. Guadiana. If we can let the New Mexico School Board Association know if they could please implement COVID-safe practices, because I was very uncomfortable having hundreds of people in a room with half of them wearing a mask. And so I don't know if Mr. Sepulveda, if that's something you can relay. But yes, I do plan on attending.
So Wednesday night to Saturday. Okay. Mr. Guadiana?
I do plan to attend. One of the things that I found out that's required is participating in lobbying the legislature for the Master School Board certification, so.
Okay.
Good.
Mr. Sepulveda?
Yes, and it'll be also starting Wednesday.
Okay, and we will reserve one extra room, just in case, and then if we have to cancel it, we can cancel it in case we have another board member by that point. Okay, and you're right, Mr. Cordova, we may not be able to get rooms at the El Dorado. I know those of us that are going in a couple of weeks, we were not able to get rooms. We did get rooms at the Drury, and it's only 0.2 miles away, so.
Well, a lot of times what the School Board Association does is they block
Yeah,
rooms for that particular event, so she might find out if
Okay.
they're blocked and we can get
and
them.
I will have Irma work on that first thing in the
But
morning.
in the past, what we have heard from those people up there is that school districts, big school districts, will go and reserve 25 rooms, and then at the last minute they cancel 10 of them or whatever, and it's too late for everybody else. So yeah, ask her and I'll check
Okay.
with her.
Okay, all right. You do have a form in your packet on COVID positivity rates. We have had a lot of people coming in and testing. Last Monday, our day that we returned to school with the late start, we had 500 people that tested. Today, we had over 163 people that tested. We did end the day between Silver ran out of supplies. We ended the day with 3 test kits. So we are trying to get some additional test kits for tomorrow from Las Cruces. I haven't checked my phone, so I'm not sure if we were able to get more for tomorrow. One of the things that I do want to let the board and the public know is that even though the CDC changed the quarantine guidelines, as a district, we are still under the New Mexico Public Education Department toolkit that was released in November, I believe. The state does have a new toolkit that's going to be coming out. So until we get the new toolkit, we are still under the 10-day quarantine. I did have a couple of phone calls from parents asking why their students were required to quarantine for the 10 days as opposed to the 5, and that's why. And I have confirmed that with PED, and they have stated that in some meetings that we have had as well. The other thing with that is the test to stay. So we do have a lot of students that are participating in the test to stay, and that came out with the last toolkit. So that just means if you have a student who's exposed to a person that's test positive for COVID-19 in the school setting, they are able to test on day 1, 3, and 5. And as long as they remain negative, they are able to stay in school. So we have had a lot of our students and parents who have taken advantage of that so that we don't have to send them home to quarantine. If parents do not want their children to participate in the testing day 1, 3, and 5, then they are required to quarantine for the 10 days. And today alone, in speaking with Premier Medical Group, who is doing the testing for us, we had 163 people test, but we had 17 positive cases. So I do have a meeting set up tomorrow afternoon with our 3 nurses so that we can try to get a better idea of where those pockets are. Are they at specific schools? Are they specific sports? Which right now we know we have a couple of hot spots in our athletics at the high school. And so we will be meeting tomorrow so that we can try to look at that more in depth. If you would please put on your calendars, we do have 2 board meeting work sessions scheduled with our financial advisor from RBC Capital Markets, and one of them is February 8th from 5 to 6:30. And we have a second one scheduled for February 23rd from 5 to 6:30 as well. So hopefully we're giving you enough leeway that you can go ahead and put those on your calendar and pencil those in.
What was the second one for?
So February 8th and February 23rd.
They're both on budget?
They're both work sessions with the financial advisor, yes. So what we're hoping with the first session is it's going to be a general informational session with looking at our different options. And we're hoping that by February 23rd, we will have more information on our facilities master plan that's being worked on so that we can look at how those two things are going to tie together. So that's the plan for these two meetings. And then we also have Drea Cornwell from Snell Middle School, who's going to be presenting along with Mr. Pat Avalos on happenings at Snell Middle School.
Thank you. Members of the board, Justice here a little bit. Acting Superintendent, we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come on in and just fill you in on how things have been going this year. Obviously, this year has been a very, very rigorous year with a lot of different things where we are having to definitely plug a lot of holes, you know, with the sake that the sub situation at the beginning of the year was very, very trying. We were very short-handed. We had to move people around to cover classes due to illness, due to the fact that we were lacking in positions at the middle school. Our teachers, you know, I give them, every time we have an opportunity to meet as a staff, you know, I credit them and I definitely compliment them on their ability to just go roll with the punches on a daily basis. I have to say that from August all the way until now, there has been some improvement, but I think that improvement has come is because we have learned to adapt with all the scenarios that have been coming across our desks and in our classrooms and our offices. And you know, to credit to our staff at Snell Middle School, we were very blessed there that our staff works hard. They're a hardworking staff. They're still trying to deliver a very effective product to our students, faced with a lot of adversity on a daily basis. I want to talk about that a little bit because I think it's very important that the community understands that it has been a very trying year for all of us. Obviously, with the COVID situation, the lack of a lot of staff that you know, in my career as an administrator, and I can also mention that at main office, we have been trying to still continue to fill positions that have been are normally filled in August, September. You know, you look at the board right now, or look at the amount of available positions we have. There's still quite a few out there, and I've never seen anything like it. And we continue to try to fill those. You know, so we're working on that. Along with that's the general plant, as far as our facility, as far as our staffing. They're working hard. We're trying to keep those kids on track to learn what they need to do, how to adapt to, again, coming back into school. Obviously, last year at this point, we were still out. We were still remote. It was not until the last 9 weeks that we finally did start seeing kids come in. And you look at what effect that has had on our students. 2 years ago, we finally brought the 6th graders into Snell Middle School. At the conclusion of this first semester, we finally had our 6th graders in school for 1 full year after them coming in for the first time as 6th grade students. They're still adapting. They're making headway. They're learning how to get reacclimated into the overall school runnings of every day. So that's still a work in progress. And while Ms. Cornwell will come up and talk about some of the programs and things that we have in play, but as far as the overall, the health of our school right now, it is gradually improving, okay, gradually improving. I have to say that the discipline situation at Snell Middle School has been one of a lot of concern for me. In the matter of me being an administrator in this district, this has definitely been the most trying year as administrator, as I can probably attest to administrators across the state in our school district. We're having to deal with a lot of discipline issues that we were not there up to 3 years ago. And so we continue to work at it. I know sometimes our teachers get frustrated with what's going on in the classrooms, but it's adaptability. It's them setting a foundation and getting discipline within their classrooms, where it now comes to the administrator to assist in that. But when I see on a daily basis, it comes from all directions. It's like in waves at times. And we continue, we're hitting it. We're trying to get the kids to, again, become acclimated to the in-school setting. It's been a work in progress, but we are making progress without any question. Small gains, you know. So that's what I have to say as far as our school. Like I said, a shout out to our staff. They continue to push forward. And, you know, I stand up here knowing that they're working hard on a daily basis. They're trying to get it out there. And, I can't say or give enough compliments to our staff for what they're doing to try to keep the middle school afloat and rolling on a positive. So I want to turn it over here to Ms. Cornwell to talk about some of our programs that we've been doing, because there have been a number of good things that are, you know, I don't mean this in a negative, but I mean it as a reality of what's been going on in our schools. Ms. Cornwell.
So thank you so much for letting us present about the positive things that are going on at Snell. I'm Drea Cornwell. My pronouns are she and her. And I am the science lead, and I want to talk about a lot of the grants and programs we have going with STEM for students at Snell Middle School. So much that I had to bring my computer so I have a list so I don't forget anything. Our district is partnering with the New Mexico PED to pilot the Open SciEd curriculum. That's a high-level science curriculum. It's aligned with NGSS, and it's having students think rather than just doing worksheets, do hands-on learning. So the PED is helping us with purchasing supplies and materials, training teachers, and so the science teachers at Snell have taught 2 of the 6 units this year. And so that is a good positive change with increasing the rigor of our science curriculum and having the materials in order to teach that. So we really appreciate that partnership. We have an after-school program called MESA, that's Math, Science, Engineering Achievement. We actually have 73 students participating actively in that club this year. So that is huge numbers. We have students from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. 25 of those students attended the Egg in the Classroom STEM Career Fair in Las Cruces. They were able to look at invasive species was their favorite. They got to see how drones and other technologies are used to monitor crops, so that really tied in with our ELT Plus program from a few summers ago. And we had parents attend as chaperones, so it was great to involve families in that. We attended the MESA rally, another 25 students at Centennial High School in Deming, and so we thank our parents who attended on that one as well. We had 2 families attend with us. Our students won the GimKit competition there. They used portable lasers to measure the level of valuable elements in rocks, so that tied into our mining background. They looked at spheros, and they got to speak with the NMSU Makerspace. So we were able to look at how Arduino microcontrollers are being used to make neck wearables to replace masks in the future for COVID. We hosted a family STEM night for MESA. We had more than 100 students and family members attend. The parents got to participate in the engineering and GIM kit that I'm sure they all hear about when students come home. The parents got to participate in those challenges with their students. They made circuits, so they made light up animals using LED lights, and to see what we're doing with the 3D printer. So this is actually a robot the students are working on building. The outside is 3D printed, so we're utilizing the 3D printer, and it is a microcontrolled, so they're learning to program, build circuits, and also design in CAD and 3D print their own designs. We're working also in science tech. Mr. Avalos was able to secure a grant from the Amazon Future Engineers. So we are actually teaching in science tech Scratch programming. Scratch is a block programming language from MIT. So we'll be using that and App Inventor. We're also partnering with New Mexico Tech. So New Mexico Tech is purchasing supplies for us. We're building battle bots. So we are 3D printing again, using microcontrollers. We're learning programming. We actually, twice a week, Zoom conference with a professor of mechanical engineering at New Mexico Tech who is directly teaching the students in that class. And so they're getting to take advantage of having some very small classes with some professors at Tech, and then we will be coding our robots, practicing, and we'll be competing at New Mexico Tech against high school teams and undergraduate teams in April. So that's been really exciting and extremely engaging for the students. We also had 2 of our families attend with their students from MESA an Intel-sponsored career night. So families were invited to come in and talk to Intel employees and learn about what kind of careers there are in computer science. I know the PED's big focus right now is looking at not just bringing in the science standards, but focusing on really bringing in computer skills and these 21st century skills. And so it's great that our school is able to teach them as classes and partner with universities and community members to really start bringing in computer science skills. Lastly, right here, we've got up here, this is the presentation that we had for a grant we got from the Asombro Institute for Science. And so there were 8 schools across the state that received this grant. We were able to look at water use data from our own community, from Grant County. So students looked at this, looked at these data, and they were able to graph the data. So this is actual data from Grant County, looking and comparing the mining use, water use by the mine versus human population. And so students were able to actually see patterns in data. So they created their own graphs, and then what they did is they took a look at what was happening in our own community in order to understand that. We partnered with the Silver City Watershed Keepers, the Healthy Kids, Healthy Communities, and the Toss No Moss campaign. So they came in, they provided snacks and people to run a field trip for us. We tested the water quality of our new water bottle stations, our drinking fountains. We walked up to the stream over by the high school golf course. You can see this is the actual water reservoir in blue here. And we were able to pick up 100 pounds of trash off of the campus, but also get the students interested in making that connection between plastic waste and water quality. So the water bottles you guys have were from that grant. We were able to purchase water bottles for every student and staff member at Snell, and this fit in with their action plan. So they looked at mining data. They were able to see the correlation between the change in water use and the drop in copper prices. These are some of the creative projects that students made. So this student used some video game references, I'm not sure if all of you recognize them, to represent mining water use and the number of people in Grant County. And they were able to really see, how is that different? when copper prices drop? How does that affect the mine, and how does that affect our population here? So they were starting to make those connections, and it was really great to look at data that's actually from our community and meaningful to them. So this is another creative project. They could do it hands-on or on the computer. And so these, the ojos de Dios, represent the residential use for acre feet. So how much water are we using in our homes versus how many people are living in our county. Here's another project on the computer. And then we're continuing to use this. We're using the new water bottle refill stations that were brought in. They actually monitor how many plastic bottles are saved every time we use them. And so we're continuing to use these data to see what an impact their action plan of getting these water bottles is making. You may have seen these as you drive by. So a private donor from the community donated the money to purchase these. And so each one of these squares represents a plastic bottle saved since we've used the new water bottles. So we have "Water is life" and "El agua es vida" written on the fence. So here, just to send us off, is looking at how engaged students were in this project, working on their creative projects, and really looking at data from their own county. So we will be having a community STEM night. We've postponed it a few times due to COVID. You know, as Mr. Avalos said, we're trying to be as adaptable as we can. So hopefully February 8th, we'll be opening up these activities to the whole community. Yeah. Oh, okay. So here are the water bottles that came from that grant. So we've got the new logo that really encourages students to use it. And we're really hoping that students will be using these and reducing the amount of trash that we're finding on campus. I think really having the trash pickup made students realize they were really proud at how much garbage they picked up. But hopefully that'll really, having this as their action plan to replace disposable with reusable, and having the new logo really helps them be more motivated to use it and really value it. So thank you so much for letting me present the positives. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
My children are in Mesa, and they love the program. They love the instruction. I think you set a really great role model professionally as well, in terms of career development that my kids are looking at. But what's really evident is the level of participation, not only from the students, but from the parents too. That is a home run, for the lack of a better term, in terms of what it is we can do in the schools. And it is so relevant. It is absolutely so relevant. And regardless of what we do, we're still going to be behind. So keeping that eye towards the future is very important, and I appreciate that a great deal. And
thank you to these guys down here too for being outstanding support. Like, I call them and I'm like, hey guys, I need 8 programs put on the students' computers today for class, and they're on it. I mean, like, it's amazing. So really it's a team effort, and
IT is embedded in our success or failure, and it is certainly a critical element. So well done, well done.
Thank you.
But I also wanted to talk to Mr. Avalos, and my kids both are in the middle school, so I get to see and hear a lot of the challenges that you face. Yeah. And I appreciate that you voiced them, because it gives us a level of accountability to say that we need to be part of that solution. We don't need to be beating anybody with a stick or anything else like that. We need to be giving them the tools they need to succeed. And I hope that this year the budget process is used so that if there are issues that are related to salaries, if there are issues related to staffing, that you put forward a proposal that meets that environment that could give you success in facilities as well as in staffing, as in curriculum and everything else. Those are items the board needs to know to give you the best tools that you can bring forward. So I appreciate your candor, but I also appreciate the opportunity to be part of that solution. So I hope you're able to avail those comments and your requirements so that we can make the rest of this year work better, but certainly the next year have all the resources that you need.
Ms. Murillo?
Thank you.
I just want to thank Drea for her presentation, and I worked with Drea for a few years, and she is an amazing teacher. And thank you to the parents who also supported their students and supported our educators with this. And I was wondering if there's any way we could get this information out into the public. This is really awesome what you're doing, and maybe again back to the social media, which most families use, having it posted regularly, all the different activities that are going on in our district. I think that would be, the parents would appreciate seeing that. And I do have a question following up on what Mr. Guadiana said. When they brought the 6th graders up, class sizes were pretty small at that time. I know when I left Snell, my position was not filled. So I'm just wondering how are class sizes now compared to before the 6th graders came? I mean, I know we throw around the term that we're fully staffed, but are we adequately staffed?
Well, again, when we did have the initial staffing patterns done for the school, we did overstaff a little bit because we really believed that we were going to need to bring those kids in in the first go around and give them an opportunity to have all the resources that they needed for those smaller classes. Obviously, hence the budget came in, and as we continue to, again, I use the word adapt a lot during my discussion this evening. We continue to adapt, and definitely. We are a little shorthanded in the sense of school-wide right now because we do not have some positions filled. And I'm hopeful that when we do look at the next staffing for the upcoming year, that will be considered. And if we can find people to fill those positions, that's really a lot of the issue right now as well too. It's not that we're not looking; it's just there's no candidates out there. We're getting a few here and there, but unfortunately, once we try to bring them in, they get picked up somewhere else. It definitely is a teacher's market right now. It's in the advantage of the employee because the fact that there's a lot of jobs open everywhere, and so we're having to compete with a lot of different schools in order to bring staffing patterns up to where they need to be.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Alves.
Drea. Thank you, Mr. Avalos. We really appreciate your presentation, and it's really exciting to hear all the great things that are happening at Snell. Even just what you have on the fence out there really makes it, appealing and piques the interest of what's going on at Snell. So thank you all for all you do. That concludes the superintendent report.
Okay. The student representative is not here today, so this brings us to public input. Anything from the public?
I just wanted to add on for Serena's question. I wanted to say, Mr. Avalos is giving us amazing support with the limited resources we have. And actually, a lot of students are out or have decided to homeschool or that kind of thing. It's really, I wanted to emphasize that class size is not the problem. It's the ancillary staff that we're missing, having custodians so teachers aren't cleaning their rooms, emptying their garbage, being, having to be hall monitors and breakfast monitors and lunch monitors. Those are the things that are taking the time away from teaching right now, and being able to be effective teachers. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that class size isn't really the problem right now. It's more like the supports. What do we do with a student who needs to go somewhere and, calm down or those are the kind of supports that we're finding challenging right now, not class size.
Thank you.
I would like to just second what Drea said about Mr. Avalos. I worked under him for many years, and you were amazing to me as a teacher. You always supported me and your staff, so thank you for all you do.
Anything else from the public? Anything online?
I have some comments that were conveyed to me that were by public members that thought it'd be best that I conveyed them rather than they themselves. One of them, as I mentioned to earlier, had to do with the classrooms, and this was a teacher that commented that the floors weren't being, the room wasn't being cleaned, it wasn't being mopped, the spraying wasn't happening. Students were coming in that were supposed to quarantine, and nobody knew what to do when they were there, and they were kept there at school. There was 2 positive cases that just surfaced, but there's also a concern about the counting of the cases. There's an observation that was made with, I don't know whether it's accurate or not, that if a family has multiple students that have tested positive, that is counted as one as opposed to the each individual student.
On our accounts, we're counting them individually. We're counting each person individually.
Okay. Then there was also some concerns about the golf course. And there are volunteers that do the work on that, and there seems to be a lack of support from the school on that, and contribution to or recognition of those who do take care of that. And question about the fencing of that, because dogs basically go through, people take that as a place that they can go walk their dogs, and needless to say, they don't do clean up. Most of them don't. The cafeteria. You've addressed that, as I've seen through the email, but it was an item that was brought up a couple of months ago, and I think we need to start doing a little bit more tracking within the board to see when an issue is brought up, that we have that, when we have unfinished business, if there's, these the freezers were brought up some time ago. That should have been something that been kept on the unfinished business and updates on. And we could start using that as a way to continue to monitor, and also, again, put out the positives when we do address them, and have that as an outcome. But in the case where this particular circumstance in the cafeteria has been going on for a few months, that's very difficult for the board to say that, yeah, we've been on it. And so having a report from that come forward gives us an opportunity to develop a mechanism to prevent that from happening, and I hope we can do that. Let's see. The other part is, and this is from my input, I would like to see more of input on every meeting related to COVID. Not only what's happening now, but what we're preparing in the future. What will a shutdown look like? How will we address whether students are in that academy or whether they're within a hybrid, or if we're going to start a hybrid system in anticipation of a possible shutdown? So that way, and how does that affect people that have gone ahead and moved into that academy curriculum if they want to come back, and how coordinated that would be for students and or teachers? So in the future, if we could have those kind of things on the agenda, I think that would help us prepare and understand and communicate to public, because we can't go any place without getting some kind of comment. And so, and I welcome them and still do. Those were my comments.
Thank you. This moves us to any other public input?
I have just one thing. So my contact information hasn't been put up yet, so I just wanted to let people know how I can be contacted. My phone number is 575-495-3908. I work 8 to 4, so if you call me, I probably won't answer. Text messaging works well. And my school email is smurillo, MURILLO, at cobre.k12.nm.us. That's how you can get a hold of me. 575-495-3908.
And we will change that out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the public? Okay. That moves us to item number 11.
So item number 11 is calling for a motion to move into closed session to discuss 3 items. Review of superintendent search proposals, that'll be with Ms. Jackie Riley. And then item B is student discipline pursuant to Bayard Elementary break-in and destruction of school property. And then item C, pending investigation pursuant to Cobre High School student video.
Okay, you heard the recommendation. Do you hear a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Take a roll call vote. Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Mr. Guadiana?
Yes.
Myself, yes. We're in closed.
Okay, so we'll be going into this room right over here.
Okay.
Through the hallway. After they sign them, then you need to, this one here. After they sign them, then you need to sign all of them, okay? Yeah. And then that other paper, oh, if you guys could fill this out too with your address under Vice President. I tried doing it in a book and I didn't like it. Yeah. A binder. I like it better like this. I couldn't, I tried it like for several weeks and I'm like, it doesn't work.
Or more to getting into things.
Oh, yeah.
I realized it when I got back.
There's your paper, Mr. Bayard, if you could sign it before you do that. And you can look at it to see the detail in the second page.
Put the date on it?
Well, yeah.
10, right?
I just need a pen.
I think yours are all.
Yeah, I got it. I
So
went over,
your-
but
yeah.
yeah.
That's all right, it was worth it, right? You know, a lot of times it's like just a treat to be able to go have dinner. Especially if you're dinner when you have children. We're ready. We're ready.
Entertain a motion to come back into open session?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Cordova, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. We'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Mr. Guadiana?
Yes.
Myself, yes. We're back in open. We went into executive session to discuss review of superintendent search proposals, student discipline, and pending investigation. No action was taken at that time. This moves us to yes, items for next agenda.
So Ms. Riley left, so we will have, would be under unfinished business, the superintendent search. Right, under unfinished business, we would have superintendent search.
And I'd like information on the survey for exiting employees that was brought up a few months ago. I'd like an update on that.
I did write that down to an update from Ms. Davis on exit procedures. Okay.
And I would like to see update on COVID response, not just the COVID numbers, but what we're doing to get ready for hybrid, if that's an option, or if we're going to continue. What would happen? What would a shutdown look like? If we had 17 people that you saw today versus 20-some that was all week long, what would shutdowns look like, and how are we preparing for them?
Okay.
And also update on facilities in terms of things that need attention and possible time frames for addressing those.
And
What
then
was
we
the
can
other one
bring
before
back the
COVID?
bring back the use of facilities by the Cobre High School baseball as an action item.
Those minutes that you were
Oh,
looking
okay.
at? Yeah.
What was the other one before
The
COVID?
minutes, the minutes,
Okay.
the minutes from
Mhm.
December 15th.
The special meeting was December 15th, right?
Well, the special meeting, we're tentatively putting it for January 18th at 5 o'clock. But you're supposed to call me tomorrow as soon as you get out of your appointment so that we can post that legal notice. Because tomorrow's Tuesday, we got to post it by Wednesday.
Okay.
So we're going to do Tuesday next week?
That's the tentative date that we have right now, Tuesday at 5.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn.
So move.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.